Hey everybody, it's oh god, I'm dying. That's what it is.
Oh,
Hey everybody, it's the Wyvern here with,
dancing.
and we're back with another live stream. So last time we have decided that, well, I've decided, and Danson's just here for the ride going, I guess. We're here basically just grinding out money because we've decided that to handle our shiny Pokemon issue, we're just gonna grind and we're just gonna farm the game corner to try to get a shiny Abra. So far, we've been about 100 Abras in and we're not doing too well.
I think we've been through more than 100 Abras. I mean, at least it feels like it. I mean,
So yeah, so today is all about, again, Abra hunting, Abra grinding. I don't want to say it like that, sounds gross. Um, but yeah, any questions, anything you want to talk about in chat, let us know. Feel free to engage with us. We will answer your questions, we'll make silly conversations, you know. Really, this one is about having a good time while waiting for things to happen.
if things happen.
Huh? Yeah, if things happen. There's still a whole lot that it may not. And then we're just going to spend all episode releasing Abras to Cerulean City. Poor Cerulean City. They're
You
gonna have
know,
more little imp children and they know what to do
they're
with.
gonna rename it. It's gonna
It's gonna be Abertown.
because of all of them being there. I mean, I don't know if they're really gonna be released there, but I kind of have a feeling that
Well, that's the
that's
only
where they
place that you can find Abra naturally. So I could imagine, yeah, that's where they breed. So I mean, I could imagine that any Abra that Team Rocket, and I doubt Team Rocket's breeding Abra. I bet you they're just going out catching them. So if that's the case, I could just imagine there's going to be a whole influx of Abra population just driving the cerulean landscapes wild. I feel bad for all the Oddish that live there.
right, they're gonna have to like move,
They're gonna have to move out. We have just like unequalized the population.
Yeah, they're probably gonna be like, now where do we go? But the thing is, with audishes, they can kind of like,
As long as they ain't cold or very hot, they can hang out just
yeah,
about
they can kind
anywhere.
of go anywhere. But
Just not in caves, volcanoes, or the ocean.
well,
Or the top of chilly mountains. But besides that, I mean, to be fair, Kanto, the only thing it has is a lot of water and a lot of capes.
true.
A lot of rest of it in Kanto is all grasslands. So they could probably live just about almost anywhere in Kanto.
Yeah, but still, they're probably thinking, why do we have to move? Like,
Okay, so let me see here. So yeah, at this moment in time, what we're doing is frankly, we're just money grinding at the moment. I figured we fight these women until we run out of PP. And then once we're out of PP, we could go back in town and start buying them like crazy.
that's still so wrong.
The buying Abras like crazy or the PP?
The baby. Well, that too. I mean, so depending on where you're at, maybe this could be a conversation. Um, does anyone plan to go to the fair? Do you guys have fairs? I know we have a fair here, but
Our fair sucks, so I'm not going.
I want to go. I just want to go to see the horses. That's all I want to do. But our friend's going today when it's going to be like
92 degrees
90
with a
degrees.
UV index that says, oh hell no. He's gonna get cooked like a lobster at an all you
I
can see
mean, but
buffet.
I mean that's on him, and he tried to get us to go with them, and I'm like, yeah, I want to go, but Necro don't want to go, so.
The thing is that it's not worth it anymore. As a kid, it was worth it. And even as a young adult, like early 20s, it was worth it. But nowadays, just they don't have a lot of attractions anymore. A lot of the rides that they had don't work anymore, or they're just not running. And the amount for the amount of food that you get, it's just not worth it. Pay $8 for a hot dog. Why in the world would I do that?
Oh, I don't think they have hot dogs anymore, actually.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they.
That's a shitty fare. What do you
I
mean you don't
mean,
got hot dogs? It's hot dogs.
I
I get
mean,
throw
I,
it in a pot of water and it's done. What do you mean?
I think they like switched the hot dogs to like I think they switched it to like corn dogs now. So,
It takes more time to make a corn dog than it does a hot dog.
well, yeah, but
And it's more expensive.
I'm just saying that now they have these um
And they're not even good corn dogs.
like fancy corn dogs now, like with
They're probably not even homemade. They're probably just store bought and then, cooked that way.
well, to be fair, I think their burgers are not really homemade either.
To be fair, I
They,
think the only thing that's homemade is their desserts.
yeah.
And even then, if we really wanted funnel cakes that bad, I can make funnel cakes. And probably for cheaper than what they're selling them to me.
I do know the one dessert I got there a lot, which was homemade, and I get this it was a lady and her husband that made them, which I highly doubt they're gonna make it this year because how hot it's been. But their fudge, they did make their own homemade fudge. And when I say homemade fudge, like they would have to believe it or not, I didn't even think it existed until I got it one time at the fair. Strawberry fudge. They make that. They make chocolate fudge. They make caramel fudge. They make um, peanut. Like they put peanuts in their fudge. Swirl fudge. Like they make all of this. And I remember asking them the one time, like, how long does it take you to like make all this fudge? Because they're, they have to have a lot for like the entire, you know,
Yeah, fair, because they'd sell it.
the entire fair and the whole time they're there. And
Mm.
they said that they have to make it like 2 weeks before the fair. And I'm like, I believe that. I believe
And
they
it's
had.
overpriced.
Well, at the time it wasn't. So,
Nowadays it is.
so like I said, I'm not sure if they're still there or not. Like when you would buy their fudge, you would get at least like 10 pieces, if not more. For like I don't know. I think I paid like maybe $8. Um,
Nowadays, that would be a miracle.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're there this year, they probably did have to raise their prices on it, which I understand because, again, they have to make it like 2 weeks before the fair. So,
Yeah, so, the fare's just not worth it, and, you know,
but I mean, they have to give them
plus we're
credit.
broke anyhow. A
Uh,
lot of things happened that we had to handle right away, and I had no monies for the fare anyhow.
well, we weren't, I kind of figured we weren't going anyhow, so I mean, but I do have to, I'm just saying, I kind of figure like,
Well, I'm not spending a ridiculous amount of money for the half crap we get.
But
Like, I mean, come on. Our fare has fallen greatly.
I mean, me personally, every time I did go, I always made sure I stopped there because, and they were really nice people. I mean,
I
so,
don't know if it was me, but I felt like that every year they had gotten progressively worse and worse.
well, I mean,
Your portions and what you got food wise got smaller. Activity started to vanish more and more. And it seems like the prices of everything skyrocketed.
that's kind of like anything in today, though. I mean,
So why would I go to the fair, being someone who can't ride any of the rides? Why would I do that when if the only thing I'm excited about is the food, it's overpriced for the portion you get, so I could probably make it at home for less.
I don't know. Like I said, mine was
She just
most,
argues this because she wants to go see the horses.
yeah.
It's
I
called
like the petting zoo too.
it's called Google.
Yeah, but you can't pet them on Google.
Yeah, you can. You just touch the screen. You just pet the screen.
That's not the same. That's not the same thing.
See, look. You guys can't see it right now, but I'm touching my screen. I'm just
That's not.
petting Charizard. He's a good Charizard. Like,
That's
see,
not.
I pet Charizard.
That's not the same thing.
Besides, you've pet enough horses in your life.
So,
She's like, there's never enough horses.
right, like
What would you do if the horse went extinct?
I would cry.
She probably would.
I know last time too I went to the fair, they had well, personally I think this is mean and that you're probably going to get a lot of comments on there, but they have to do it. They had the tiger show. Um Me personally being an animal lover, I am against
In
having
other words, the animal
whips
can't do
and
no wrong. The animal could have came in and probably eaten a child, and it's the a
well,
child's fault.
no, the thing is that
She'll always defend an animal.
they were already well trained, which they hand out the pamphlets and stuff like that normally when
Okay,
shows.
so how well tamed is what do you call a well trained tiger?
Like a well trained tiger, like he would tell him like, okay, for once, sit in the desk. I don't know why they would have a tiger sitting in the desk, but anyhow, uh, like I said, I don't know. But anyhow,
To defend your argument, I'm waiting for your defense here.
he would already come out and know what he was supposed to do. There was no point on, having to take your whip, which I'm highly against, and hit him with it. He was already going to where he already knew he needed to go. Like, in my opinion, there was no need for
And
that.
you would have been eaten.
No, actually, I actually got to pet it.
I'm just saying, if that was you would be eaten. Because with wild animals, you have to continuously assert your dominance.
I just feel
It
like,
happens all the time.
I
People buy
mean,
these exotic pets thinking that they can handle them, and then what they do is they don't assert their dominance like they should, because that's what they're always doing in the wild, and they
me,
end up getting torn to shreds.
I don't know.
That's like that woman that had that baby chimpanzee. She lost her face because in the wild, chimpanzees assert dominance.
Me personally, I just didn't feel like there was any need for it.
Personally, I think people have a bad problem on messing with things that they shouldn't be.
And granted, yes, I understand that he had like four out, but
He had four tigers out. You didn't expect him to assert his dominance on them?
well, he had like, well, the one tiger had to be by itself, which it was a white
Like,
albino.
are you
So
kidding me?
that one, I don't know if it.
Okay, her argument's valid, guys.
It's not
Her
invalid.
argument's about because they had four tigers out at once, and she's
No,
mad because
not
yet
four at
you literally just said
once.
all four were out.
I'm counting the white one because he's the fourth one, but he wasn't like
Okay, so you had three tigers out at
allowed to
once.
be out.
So you had three tigers out at once around a location where children are gonna be.
Well, it was fenced in though. Like
You're talking
it
about a
was.
tiger. A tiger. This isn't a puppy. You don't just put a fence around it and say that's
No,
enough.
but they did have a puppy, which is weird with tigers. I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know. I think of course, the puppy wasn't really in the show. I think it was like
Look, I'm
tried
not
to.
against for animal abuse. However, what I am against for is called logic. And what you're telling
You're
me,
not against animal abuse.
well, oh my gosh. I'm so sorry.
Like
Oh
I
no,
was
this is
like,
going up live too.
I just
Don't.
stopped and I'm
Oh
thinking,
no. I just woke up, guys. I'm so sorry.
did he really
Okay,
just say that?
I'm
Like,
not for animal abuse, but I'm also not for lack of logic. And what you're telling me right now is this look, your argument literally lacks logic. Okay? So you're telling
you
me
say that about anything I say, but
no, what you're telling me is that you are against him asserting his dominance, which is something that they would do in the wild, while having three tigers roaming around with nothing but a cage between them or the fence between them and the audience where there's children.
I mean, I'm just saying
Look,
I don't
I
think there
I
was a need for it.
I do.
You
But what I'm
know,
also gonna say this much is that you shouldn't have tigers in captivity. I seriously don't think we should.
I
Why? I
mean,
mean,
it was.
if you think about it, right? Well, let's talk about the country that has the biggest tiger population.
The
Which I
jungle.
think it's no. I'm trying to think of the country, you ding dong. India. I think it's India. India has one of the largest tiger populations in the world. One of the largest wild tiger populations. We're talking about a wild animal here that is reportedly known to go into villages and towns and attack and eat people. These kind of animals should not be near society. They should not be near people, and they should be left to their own devices in the wild.
I don't know. I guess that's where we're different.
And
I mean,
this,
they had elephants right next to them.
and you think I'm just gonna say, okay, because the elephant is a tame animal, it's okay to have it? No, y'all need to leave nature alone. Haven't any of you read H.P. Lovecraft?
I mean,
Mess with forces you don't understand, and it'll come back on you.
I felt so bad for the baby elephant because he's just a babu. Like, you know, he didn't know what he was supposed to do. He's following mom, and whatever mom's doing, he's gonna try to do. Which I have to say, they treated. If I would vote, who treated the animals better, like between the tiger guy and the elephants, I'm gonna vote for the elephants.
Well,
Sorry.
they're
I
definitely gonna
mean,
treat herbivores a lot better
uh,
because again, they're not carnivores. They
but
don't eat meat. So the thing is, there's less risk.
I mean, this poor little baby elephant's like trying to stand up, like um, it was like a, I guess you could say box. Looked like a box to me. It probably wasn't, but anyhow, it
Like a
was.
crate.
Yeah, and he's trying to, he's trying to get up there, and the mom's elephant's like, there is another box. But he wanted to do what his mom was doing, and he couldn't do it, and he would get like so upset and like stomp around because he couldn't do what his mom was doing, and like
Um,
I mean, of course, they didn't make the baby do like any
I don't know.
really hard tricks like they did with the older ones. And
I think that yes, it's important as humans to document and study animals. However, I do not think it is good for us as humans to think that we have the power to captivate and to eliminate them, which
I
is
mean,
something that we as people are really good at doing.
these
There's a
tigers, for me, from what I saw in their cages, had no water. So you're gonna make these animals perform in
well, they probably
hot,
have a different cage for their water in that, honey.
like hot weather. Which I mean, it wasn't as hot like it is this summer, but it was warm.
She's gonna, she's over exaggerating. She gives me the exact time and date, and it's gonna be like, oh, it's like 70 degrees.
No, actually, it wasn't.
I'm just saying, you're good at over exaggerating your stories. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
it wasn't like 70 degrees. It was,
Like, this is like,
warm. Anyhow, it's just like, where's their water? Okay, I get it that you have to feed tigers a certain time because they normally eat raw meat, but where's their water? Like,
so you also need to understand that if these were Indian tigers or Indonesian tigers, these kind of tigers throughout the dryad season can go days without water. And
okay, but
higher temperatures than what we experience here in the
you should
Americas.
still, like,
So
have the
having
option.
them, if they're able to hunt in the Indonesian heat, if they're able to hunt in the Indian heat, if they're able to migrate, because female tigers are migratory creatures, if they're able to do all this for days at a time without water, they can handle the American sun. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying that it's acceptable. But what I'm saying is that performing for a few hours is far less strenuous than hunting in the Indonesian heat. So
I don't know.
they
That's
might
just
not
my.
be able so they might be able to actually handle it better than what they would in the wild.
I'm just saying that there was no need for it. I mean,
There's no need to do it. There's no need for to do half the crap they do.
that's just like the pony rides that they had. Okay, which I know he's gonna say, well, you gotta think of it this way. I'm not thinking of it this way. I'm thinking of it as the animal's point of view.
You're not.
You know, um, the pony rides.
Do you think of the animal's point of view when they feed and breed them just for slaughter?
No, and I think that's wrong too. Which,
But you eat steak and pork
that's
and
because you won't let
eggs
me go
and
vegetarian.
chicken.
But
Like, you eat these things. Okay,
says the
here you
guy
go.
that gets chased by goats every time we
Here
go.
we go. We're gonna take. So you know what? We're gonna talk about my favorite astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Brilliant man, very solid man, very smart man. Why are we gonna talk about him and go in this segue? Because it's gonna come back to this conversation. Okay, so you were preaching about the thoughts of animals,
I wasn't
right?
preaching.
And well, okay, you're
I
kind of
was just
preaching at the moment,
saying.
but you know what I mean. The point is, you're advocating for the thoughts of animals, right? So my thing is, if you have mice in your home, what are you gonna do?
Call an exterminator. Or if you have a cat.
Okay, so you are going to call someone whose job it is. You just told me your immediate first thought is to call someone whose job it is to kill them. That's not very humane.
I don't think all of them kill them. I don't think.
Okay, so let's say they don't.
I don't know.
Okay, so let's say they don't, right? And let's say they, catch him and send him back in the wild. Within less than 24 hours, most of those mice are going to be killed and eaten. So it's more humane that you let them live in your house. But you're not going to do that. So don't try to advocate for a creature if the rights of animals, if you're not going to advocate it for the rights of all animals. Because the best thing for that rat or that mouse is to live in your house. Because it will be able to do the one thing that nature wants it to do, which is survive and breed. And it will be able to do it for generations at a time. But you're not going to do that. So if you're not going to advocate for one animal, don't be advocating for all of them. If you're not going to advocate for all of them, don't advocate for them. That's like if you have bats in your attic, what are you going to do? You're going to call an exterminator or someone to get rid of them. But again, it's better for that bat to live in your attic than it would be for you to actually send them off on their ways. All I'm saying is, we as people, as a society, have a bad habit of choosing what animal is worth protection. Versus, if you're going to advocate for it 100% of the way and give protection to all creatures. I don't see you exactly advocating to protect spiders. I should know.
There is no really.
I don't see you advocating to protect centipedes. I don't see you advocating to protect ants.
It's kind of hard to have.
So, but these are all creatures that.
I mean, because ants kind of like uh, uh, repopulate. I don't think repopulate, but like.
Well, sure, but again,
I
but the
mean.
point is, you're advocating for
I mean, I
the
guess.
safety and respect of all animals. But I'm talking to the same person that goes to that has me go to the store and buy ant spray because there's a nest outside. If you're not going to advocate for all animals when it comes to safety and protection from people's wrath, then don't advocate at all.
Okay, well, what's your advocate for bees then? Because you're
Oh no, bees, no,
allergic to
100%. Bees, look, I okay, so this is my thought on bees, and I'm going to give a solid explanation for it. You ready for this? Bees are obsolete. Nature has become obsolete with bees. Because the thing is that we could create technology that does the job of a bee better than a bee.
I mean,
The
I'm just
only reason
saying
why that we preserve the life of the bee is because of the fact that we preserve the life of we try to, as humans, to preserve the life of all animals. But if we really buckle down and think about it, we can and easily have create robots smaller than the human eye can see. So with that, we can easily make robots that collect pollen. And through through chemical synthesis, we could create the same kind of, I'm going to say, environment that would be or chemical compound needed to turn that into honey. All animals, I mean, if you think about it, we're at a point in time where technology is getting so big that they're even replacing us people and the ideas of work and hard labor. The thing is that there's going to come a day where all animals are going to be considered obsolete. It's just the fact that we preserve them because of the fact of we're trying to maintain a natural order. But I don't like bees. But I'm not also sitting here trying to advocate that, what people do to animals is, that we need to protect every animal. Yes, there are animals out there that are going extinct that need our protection. But There's a lot of them that don't. And the thing is that I don't think about the feelings of animals because I'm not that animal. And the thing is that because if I was that animal, if I was that tiger, yeah, 100%, those kids look delicious. Like, you gotta understand that, yeah, I 100% agree the way they treat them is so cruel. Because most tigers are extremely underfed compared to their weight and size based on in the wild. So, yeah, being a underfed tiger, I am totally gonna eat myself a kid if I get my hands on it. So if a human is going to think he's going to tame me or going to control what I do, he's definitely going to have to whip me every second chance he got. Because if not, I'm either eating him or a kid. Those are just facts. So I'm just saying that, you tend to advocate, but here, all I'm saying is that people in general tend to advocate for animals that they feel that is worthy of protection instead of all animals. No one thinks that wild mice or rats are cute, so they're not going to protect them. No one thinks that spiders are cute. Well, not nobody, but most people don't think spiders are cute, so they're not going to protect them. And I mean, but the thing is, let it be a cat. Let it be a wild dog. You know, they're immediately going to want to protect them because they're cute. And even when they grow up, they're elegant because we recognize them through the ancestry, which is our, you know, local cats and dogs, our domesticated ones. That's all I'm saying. I definitely feel like that humans have a huge favoritism on what they want to protect and what they don't. That's what I'm saying. And I don't think that's fair. Anyways, Abra hunting. You ready to buy all the Abra ever?
I guess.
Like, Team Rocket's not gonna. This is why Team Rocket uses Rattatas and Weezings. Because everyone's buying their Abras.
No, more like you are, but
I'm buying the whole population. We don't need to worry about Abra's extinction. We need to worry about it, the equilibrium. Because it's just, man, Cerulean City's gonna become Abertown. But I don't know. I agree with you, though. The way they treat animals is cruel. It's just if you're gonna control an animal, I can see why.
I mean, I guess this is why, like, and Necro's probably gonna get mad at me, but like, if I had a chance to join a rescue, like, on any, um, like, group, I 100% would. Uh, Necro would probably stay home, but,
Well, to be fair,
I
Necro
mean,
has a job.
besides that, I mean,
Like, she acts like I'm gonna be home. No, I'll work five, six
I'm
days a
just
week.
not saying that. I'm just saying that we would have total different, like,
No, no, we would have total different views because the thing is that I advocate for the protection of animals, and I 100% do not agree with what's going on with some of those animals out in the world, even within the scientific community, with the experimentation and the, and the testing of animals, right? Which I don't actually know how much of that is left out in the world because, the FDA's really cracked down on that. I can imagine it still happens in the black market, so I'm totally against the black market. But I don't think in conventional science it's used anymore. Or at least
um,
not inhumanely.
I don't know. I do
Because
know
I do know
that,
the FDA has a lot of control over that and they're not cool with that. But I
which, I
do.
mean, I support them on that because it isn't cool. Like,
But I know the black market still runs those, those kind of things. But so no, I'm 100%, for it. What I would be against is because these people are trying to save these animals, rehabilitate them, and then bring them back into the wild. She would be trying to bring them all home.
Not all of them. Just like
Most of them. That's where we would butt heads. And it's not because I don't love animals, it's because of the fact that I right now we're still trying to get ourselves settled and we're still trying to get ourselves adapted. And so the thing is that right now any kind of animal would not be in the best care with us. Not saying that we would be cruel to them, but because of the fact that we're still trying to adjust and adapt ourselves. Because, I mean, with the way my job's going and the way our bills go, I mean, the thing is that we're still trying to get stuff, furniture for our home. We're still trying to get things settled here.
I mean, we could get a goldfish, but
But what I'm
what
saying
fun
is,
is
she's
that?
gonna want to bring home dogs. She's gonna want to bring home coyotes. She's gonna want to bring home timberwolf pups that got saved. She's gonna want to bring home baby ocelots. Like, she's gonna want to bring home all of these animals that we are not equipped to take care of. And I think it is more cruel to have an animal that you know for a fact you can't take care of versus just rehabilitating and putting it back into the wild.
First of all, I knew I wouldn't be able to bring home like
As
baby
much as I would love for
wolves.
a baby timberwolf,
You
you don't
know,
understand. I
like
would totally love to have a baby timberwolf.
I mean, I know I can't like just bring it home and like okay, you're gonna
So it's not against, not the fact that I am against for the avocation and for her to want to help save and protect these creatures. It is the fact that her first answer will be, "Come on, let's take you home,"
I mean, I know that I can't
and then I'm
like
just gonna have to look at her and go, "Do I
I
look like a zoo? Do I look like the state pays me to feed these animals?"
I know I can't bring a baby wolf home as much as I would want to. I mean, it's not like I know I can't. But I mean, I'm going to do everything in my power to protect it, nurture it back to health. I mean, as much as like I said, would want to bring it home, I know I can't bring it home. But I could all like I said, if I joined a team that has a um like building, I don't know if that's really the right word.
Headquarters.
Yeah, okay, that's more of a. Then I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna spend some time with you. Also divide my time with
Okay, and there's nothing wrong with
the.
that. I'm just saying,
I mean, as much as
She will want to try to bring all these animals home. Do not let her fool you.
I mean, as much as I would,
And
yes,
then I have to
but
sit here and then argue with her on why she cannot bring them home.
I mean, but
And it,
I understand.
and at the end of the day, I would be right and I would win, but I would be cruel.
I'm just saying, like,
How
yes,
many times have you done that with dogs?
that a lot, but I've also
How many
said
times
that
have I told you no?
you told me no, but I still did it.
And a lot
But
of times I tell her to take it back, and she's like, "You're so cruel."
he
But
told
I
me
know
to
for
take
a
it back,
fact,
but I never took it back.
we can't take care of it.
I mean, of
That's
course I would want to bring it home, but I know that I can't. Was that the whole box already?
yep.
You already got through box one already? I mean, I'm just asking because I didn't. I mean, I saw you on the list. I didn't know. Excuse me. But you went
Yeah,
through the.
that's still the whole box.
Oh.
That's crazy.
Because any other times it feels like it's like forever going through.
No, this is the forever part.
But anyhow, yeah, like depending on where you're at in the world, do you guys have
Do you have
fairs?
a tigers?
No, I'm asking in
I
general.
was trying to make a
like,
joke because we were just talking about tigers.
like,
Do you have animals?
I'm asking in general if they have a fair, like,
I'm
or
pretty sure they have
I
fairs.
mean, or if you don't have a fair, if
So
it's not
do you have fairs this time of year? This
right.
is what I want to know. For
Um,
all of my non-American viewers, do you have fairs this time of year?
or do you call them something else instead of fairs?
Yeah,
Because
what
a
kind of
lot of
celebrations do you guys have? And, why do you have them? I think that would be interesting to know.
because I mean, a lot of places in the world they don't call them fairs; they call them
Festivals or
festivals or
celebrations.
some kind of other celebration. So I mean,
No, Mexico, we're not counting quincearitas.
I mean,
The reason why we don't count a quincearita is because a quincearita is a celebration of a girl's 15th birthday. And
well, I mean, you could still,
and the
uh,
tradition of it, if people are a little confused, quincearitas are celebrated because that is the day that traditionally a girl is marked as a woman.
I mean, you could still,
And normally your family, friends, and neighbors will make a huge celebration out of it called a quincearita. It's actually very beautiful, but no, we're not going to count quincearitas for
I
this.
mean,
I want to know about other festivals.
you could still put it in there because there might be stuff that we don't know about that we
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
like.
Let us know about a quincearita.
I mean, we might
Look, I
only
am one of
know.
those people that love to learn. She could tell you.
I mean, we might not know, about that. Maybe there's more into it. Maybe there's more,
Maybe, yeah. You know
you
what? Hey, there you
know,
go. I was wrong.
I
Teach
mean,
me, guys. Teach
maybe
me.
there's like, because we don't know because, A, for one, we're not there. And, B, we can only read so much of
Yeah, we can
what we
only know what
have.
we read. And the thing is that reading is totally different from experiencing.
Right. So I mean, yeah, maybe there's more into it that we don't know, which I would love to learn. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Um,
on any celebration or
as long as it is a humane celebration,
oh yeah,
please let it
okay, I
be
guess I
humane.
should say
If you say that you are, if you say that your culture, kills orphans, we don't want to know about that. No, please don't.
yeah,
Don't make me cry, guys.
yeah.
It's very heartbreaking to see a grown man cry, and I will probably cry.
I
But
know I'll cry, so that's a
fun
different story.
celebrations. So like okay, so here we go. So my favorite ethnic celebration, and I'm gonna call it ethnic because it's one that I don't celebrate and it's not of my culture, is Dia de los Muertos. I think the idea of life, of death not being the end of your life, but being the start of a new life, and that 1 week out of the year you get to come back to your old life and see your family. I think that's very beautiful. I think it is a um very heartwarming experience, and I think it is psychologically very healthy. And I think that it's a good thing that you do not mourn death, but it's just another step in the circle of life. And I think that's a wonderful thing. I think that's a great moral. Give me one moment here, guys. Okay. That was hurting my head. Okay. Apparently, dancing is going to the bathroom. Okay. So we got. Come on. Ah, no, I didn't mean to do that. So yeah, I'd love to know about, your cultures and your celebrations. Even those of the Americans, because again, I don't celebrate everything. Because you gotta understand, America is like this crock pot, this potluck of culture. Share with me your culture. I think I would love to learn. Share with me what you do and why you do it. I just like learning. I like to learn to understand, and I like to learn to adapt and to grow. Um, and I can never understand what I've never experienced. So yeah, if you, even us here in America, my viewers, if you have different traditions, heck, if you celebrate Boxing Day, let me know what Boxing Day actually is. Because I see it on the calendar, but I have no idea what it's about. And I read up on it, but it's going to be totally different than hearing it from someone who actually celebrates it. Like, no offense to anybody, but I hear Boxing Day and I think it's the Golden Glove World Championship. Okay, next set of Abras. Don't mind me, guys, just getting some more coffee. Ah, the good old bean sweat. I love it. Come on. But, back to the game here. Hopefully I could get this shiny before too long. I kinda don't wanna. I would love to not be buying Abra the entire episode. Because that would be nice. Oh boy. Come on, game. Give me my shiny Abra. Okay, come on here, game. Come on. Okay. Odd conversations so far. Animals, animal rights, and celebrations. Huh. Oh, and fairs. Okay. Or just like I heard big noise from outside in the hallway of our apartment building. Hopefully no one tripped and fell. Or that was dancing. It's hard to tell. I believe if it was dancing, tripping, and falling. Oh, hey, welcome back, dancing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you guys probably can't hear her, but she's like, whatever. I heard you.
I heard you.
Right now, we're just buying Abra.
I kind of figured I didn't really miss much. Shut up, Ellie.
Come on, Abra. Show up for me. You know what the sad part is? We could still do all of this for the rest of the 100 hours
And
and
not even get
and not even get
one.
an Abra. It's possible. Mathematically, it's possible.
I mean, if it does come down to that, I mean, you just can say that you completed everything else. I mean, because basically the challenge is to get to 100 hours.
Is to do 100 hours and see how much you can complete.
Right.
And we've
So,
done just about everything else on my checklist. We beat the Elite Four twice, which was the second round. Because the second round's always harder. We've completed the National Pokedex. We have defeated the Battle Tower, and we have gotten a Pokemon to level 100.
I mean, I'm just saying that, if, just saying if not, I mean, you can still say I did everything else, but that.
Yeah, that'd just be
But,
one thing on the checklist that'd be out
I
the
mean, I'm
window.
not saying it can't. I'm just saying if, I mean, because it could change. I mean, I'm just saying by, you know,
Okay.
chance. I mean, excuse
Oh.
me. I mean, I do hope we get it. I'm not like saying no, I hope we don't get it, but I do hope we get it.
Well, shiny or not, we cut at 100 hours. So,
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't want to make it sound like, I we're never gonna get it. So, I mean, I'm hoping we get it. I really am. I mean, it would be cool and nice. Because even if we don't see um, any other shinies, at least we can say, that's okay, we got,
we got one.
yeah, you
And though
know.
we didn't find it in the wild, we probably,
Well,
I'm gonna be honest, hunting shinies in the wild is actually probably easier than this.
mm,
But I'm gonna be honest, we joked about the shiny Abra. I want a shiny Abra.
and now we're actually
I want the
hunting.
shiny Abra. I made the joke that the shiny Abra was gonna disappear and I wasn't gonna be able to catch it. But I'm gonna be a whole hell of honest. I want a shiny Abra.
But no, like I said, I'm not, you
But it's
know.
probably easier to hunt it just because of the fact that we don't have to buy anything. But at the same time, eh, I want a shiny Abra. So we're shiny Abraing it up.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not saying, like, I don't want to make it sound like, oh, we're never gonna get any shinies. Like,
But it's a possibility too. I mean,
I mean, I'm just,
mathematically, yes, that's possible.
I mean, me personally, if I was doing this, and I completed everything else on the list, but that, I'd be like, well, that was an achievement for me.
Yeah, that's still an achievement. Not many
I
people
mean,
get to see that piece of paper that says, "Congratulations, you completed National Pokedex."
right.
Not a lot of people get to see that.
I,
So,
I mean, I'm just saying, like, to me, I'd be like, okay, I
in fact,
didn't.
this is probably the first time you've ever seen that piece of paper.
Yeah, actually, it was. I mean,
Wait, no, go away.
like I said, I'm hoping. But if not, then.
If not, 100 hours is still 100 hours, and it was a doozy of a ride.
Right. So.
We could still go back and laugh about what happened these other 100 hours. Me losing my mind in the battle tower. Um, Charmander no scoping that, basically Fortnite that experience being the EXP goblin. The clutch battles that we've had against our rival. And even when I freaked out about the booty gator.
Yeah.
We'll still have great times. And that's what the 100 hours is all about. It's about the journey. Oh my gosh.
Well, also, I think you said you had to do this, like, I think it said 100 and.
It's like 121 times. Or 151 times. It's
I was
something
about to
big.
say, I think it was 150 that the chances that you have to do it 150 times, and then the chances of you getting it in that 150 times should be there.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Statistically.
um, which I'm pretty sure. I don't know how many times we've done this.
Not even close.
Well, no, but I'm just trying to, like,
Because I think
in
because what they
general.
did was they counted it from the maximum number of coins that you could have had. So going from the maximum number of coins being 9,990, because the other 9 doesn't matter, divide that by 180, that tells you how many Abra you get. You take that divided by the number, and that's how they got the number of 151 times, because you take that number and then you divide it by the number, the actual shiny encounter. So, seeing this, we probably already done it about 4 or 5 times, maybe, because we did it like 3 or 4 times last episode. This is the second time, so about 4 to 6. So, like I said, not even close. Generally, people don't start seeing them until 6 to 7,000 Abras. So, Oh yeah, I'm broke. They're like, leave me alone. You got no money. So let me see here. Ooh, that hurt my back. I heard the crack. I wonder if you guys heard it.
Oh,
Shut up, I'm not old. Oh my gosh. Alright, more Abras. You ready? They're like, leave us alone. We don't have any more.
They're gonna run out. Like, they're gonna be like, we don't have any more Abras to give you. Unless they go out and catch all of them that you.
Keep releasing. They're like,
um,
look, we need to get to. We gotta figure out why this guy wants this Abra. We can't keep. We're running out of Abras. Why does he want the Abra? He keeps saying shiny Abra. Don't somebody get him a shiny Abra. Let's just get him out. Wait, I think we shouldn't give him the shiny Abra. Because then he gives us more money. Brilliant. Wait, isn't he gonna get mad? Oh, how mad is he gonna get? Oh, Tony, you gotta get out of here. This kid's starting to set shit on fire. He's got a Charizard. He's demanding the shiny Abra. Oh man, we gotta get the shiny Abra.
well, I was gonna say, yeah, that, or they're like sending somebody out to catch all the ones all the ones that you have released.
Oh man, that would suck.
And basically how the game's been treating you, like I'm talking about in all the live streams. I wouldn't be surprised if they are doing that too.
Yeah, I would not be surprised
You know?
if these are the same Abra I've been releasing back into the world. Because the way the way this run has
I mean,
treated me, the only great thing I would say was the 1% Dragonair and the Chansey. Beyond that, this series has done just about almost anything it could to say no.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like it really wouldn't surprise me if that's what they're really doing. Making them look like you're releasing them. Like, okay, he released you. Come on, Albert. Look here. You want something to eat? Come on.
What if they're all just trained Abras? And you're trained to teleport back to them, so then you just keep selling them. Let him keep releasing them. We get money for days.
Right. And they
Until I
just
start burning shit down.
and
I'll,
they won't tell you about it.
I will burn this entire place down. I want my shiny Abra.
I'm just saying, it really wouldn't be.
Look, and if you guys think that heroes won't do that, let me remind you that in Pokemon Gold and Silver, Lance, the elite of the Elite Four, you know, the dragon dude, used a hyper beam on a human. Lance gives no shits. So don't think just because I'm a good guy, I ain't gonna have my shits to take. No, I will burn this place down. You will give me my shiny Abra, or I will have my Charizard break the knees of everybody here.
I mean, I'm just saying. I just thought of that. I was like, what if they're just not being really released and
Yeah, what if they're not really being released and they're being trained to teleport back?
or they're having somebody like catch all of the ones that you have released.
That is so cruel. That is so genius. Like, they're not really wild Abras, they just belong to somebody else. Like, they belong to one of the Team Rocket members. And so, like, whenever they get released, they just teleport back to the original owner. That pork. And they're like, alright, back in your cage, you're doing great. Like,
And then they give them back to the store.
yeah, that is probably what's going on. And the sad part is, I hate everything about this because this is true. This is probably true.
And in the end, the owner, if this is really what it is, actually has the shiny and just that's his pet. It's not a part one
Yeah,
thing.
like Giovanni has the shiny, and I will never get the shiny.
Like you're never getting this shiny. I'll give you all of these abras, but you
But
ain't
this is
getting
my app,
it.
right? Yeah, I believe Giovanni would do that shit. Yeah,
But you ain't getting this one.
I believe it.
That would suck. I
That'd be
see
my
it.
luck.
I hate to say it. I see it happening. The shiny eyebrows, like, yay, yeah, I'm in the cage, but I get my freedom when all you guys go back, and I get my own bed, and
He gets that special treatment because he's shiny.
whatever they might eat, I get my own food, and
Well, that's the thing that makes me very curious. They're probably eating a lot of berries, and there's probably a lot of leaves that they eat. Um, because I don't see Abra being a carnivore.
mm,
If anything, I see Abra being an insectivore, eat insects. But then again, we're also talking about a creature that's asleep 23 hours a day. So, I mean, who knows what Abra does, and he may not even eat like we do. He could probably eat feeds on the psychic energies of people. You never know. What I do know is that I need a shiny Abra. Please give me a shiny Abra. Oh, I'm pressing the down button like, why ain't it working? That's why.
'cause you're already,
Because I'm already at the bottom.
yeah. Oh, there goes another one. Good job, Abras. Let's go. All right, recircle around.
Okay.
Everybody go back so he can come and buy you again.
Oh my god. My luck is hot garbage. Be prepared, guys. This is it. This is the live stream. Until we get this shiny Abra, this is what it's gonna be. Okay. Ah, 30 more Abras down the drain. There's somebody out there with OCD going wild because of how I'm releasing them.
Probably.
Okay, should I leave the box like this?
Why would you leave the box like
To
that?
annoy the people.
No. Well, yes, but I see you forgetting when you go buy more. You have no
Oh
room.
yeah, no idea what's the ones I've already done it. Oh my gosh, you're a genius. I totally forgot. I would have made the joke for the memes and I would have been punished severely. The game's like, you think I'm a joke, huh?
I mean, you can, which is cruel to mess with people, but I see that backfiring on you.
Yeah, no.
Normally, when I say I wouldn't, he thinks I'm just like being mean, which I'm not. I just see how it's gonna go.
No, you're
So,
you're 100% true. I
so
totally did.
normally when he says I want to do this, and I'll say I wouldn't, and he'll be like, "Why not?" And I'll tell him why, and he'll be like, "Nah," and I'm like, "Okay, just remember when you do that or do this, I warned you." And then he'll do it and come back and say, "Yeah, you were right," and I'm like,
I
"Told you
do
not to
not.
do it."
I do not.
You do too.
No.
Yes, you do.
I'm always right.
Okay, you can think that.
Yep.
And then inside, I'm laughing at him. I'm like, I told you not to do it.
Laughing on the inside. She laughs on the outside. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
She laughs at the pain and misfortune of others.
I do
It
not.
feeds her soul.
This is more like yours.
Okay, I need money. I can't buy Abra without coins.
I think you
Give me
actually
your
have.
Team Rocket bottle caps.
Actually, I think after this, you're probably gonna have to go.
I'm definitely gonna have to go grinding again. Give me your Team Rocket bottle caps.
That's so mean. They work so hard to collect this, and now here you come taking them all.
Buying them all. Come on. Let's go. Uh, I can't afford the coins. I'm all out of money. No. That's okay. I, thank you. Do I have anything I could sell?
Did you? You
Uh? Alright. Man, I got nothing to sell.
But in reality, he probably really is. But he's like, yeah, you're right. I don't see him going until like.
Persian, do you still have it? No! It's got the limber.
Have what?
Pick up.
Oh,
Apparently, when Meowth evolves, it loses the pickup ability.
mm.
Okay. Gotta fly then. Back to Fuchsia City. Wait. It's not Fuchsia
I
City.
can't keep hearing this happen. I have no idea what it is or where it's coming from, but I've heard it like all morning.
Mm.
It's kind of weird and creepy. Like,
Now we gotta go back 5 Island, right? Yeah, 5 Island. Trying to memorize locations here, guys. Bear with me.
oh, you do that?
Okay. Bicycle.
Do you hear it?
I can't hear nothing at the moment.
Don't open your ears.
Oh my gosh, give me one moment here, guys.
It's not doing it now, but like,
Well, it's probably the water heater. Oh, it's probably the water heater. I don't know why it makes that noise. Makes it in the middle of the tight night, too.
I don't think it is, but
Almost finished making her pool. Jillian, you kid. Like, David, like, you've been talking about this pool forever, Jillian. I don't even think you have the money for the pool anymore.
oh,
I really don't think you have the money for the
she's
pool
making a
anymore.
pool.
Huh?
She was making a pool?
Yeah, I guess she's making a pool for a Pokemon. I don't even think she has the money for it anymore. I just keep coming by and taking her money.
I don't know how unless she has Pokemon somewhere else. Like, the only Pokemon I see that could maybe be in the water. Well, no, all of her Pokemon are electric, so.
Well, I mean, I guess they could be in the water. I mean, it's as long as they don't use any electric attacks. No, I just wouldn't trust myself being in a pool with those Pokemon. That's not a good idea. Me no gusta that idea. No. Okay. Okay. How many times you gotta repeat yourself? Every time. How about that, Selena? No one gives a fuck about your painting of Jillian. Apparently it's shit because you've been making the same painting for the last goddamn 10 hours.
How do you know that? Maybe it's different paintings.
Paint somebody else. Jillian's busy getting wrongful stomped by me.
I mean, maybe there's different paintings, so how do you know it's the same?
They're all paintings of Charizard using Earthquake on her Mary. Because that's all Selena has witnessed for the past 10 plus hours in the game. It's just me shaking everything up. Oh my goodness. You would think your Pokemon would have gotten better.
Well, it's pretty hard to even.
It's hard to get better when you can't even lift a hand.
Why?
Charizard doesn't give you a chance.
Oh, and too, you're a level 100, so like.
Like what?
What do you want them to do?
Be level 100s. And then give me more money when I win.
And he says I'm greedy. I am not greedy on anything. Now people see who
The
the
bed,
not greedy
the
with.
blankets.
I am not. I am not.
This woman becomes a caterpillar in the middle of the night because then she'll start turning into a cocoon. And then she rolls and rolls and rolls. I don't know when you plan on hatching or what you plan to hatch into, but you need to quit stealing the blanket.
I don't mean to. Like, it's not like.
I don't know if you're trying to become a beautiful butterfly or if you think you're a burrito, but what I do know is that you're not sushi. Stop it.
I don't do it intentionally. It makes it sound like I do it on purpose, but I don't. I can't control what I do when I'm sleeping.
She wraps the blankets around her. She's wrapped up nice and tight 2 or 3 times. Alright? And I try to pull the blanket just to take one layer off of her roll. And then she's like, "Rrrr," and then she rolls and takes even more. It's ridiculous.
I don't mean to. Oh, if it's so bad, we'll just get your own blanket for you.
You'd probably steal that too.
No, because I have all the other ones.
Don't let her believe you. This is the girl that gets cold in 90-degree weather. Let's not believe
That's
that.
because you had the AC on. Like, hi.
She'll get cold and be like, oh, can you share? No, you're up to like a goddamn sushi roll. You don't need any more.
That's okay, because fall's coming and I'm going to be getting my heavy blanket out, and then he really won't be complaining.
No, because that's the only blanket she does in sushi rolling. So she doesn't do a barrel roll in that one.
I don't do it on purpose. Like, and I'm probably not the only one that does that in their sleep.
Then she becomes a ninja.
I don't.
She fights in her sleep. She's probably the sweetest person you ever know. She'll never hurt a fly. I'll tell you this much. She hurts me in her sleep. She fights like she has been trained by both Jackie Chan and Jet Li. She fights like she's taken on the Dragon Emperor of China and she needs to save the universe. Who was your kung fu teacher? Shifu? I didn't know you were the Kung Fu Panda. Like, oh my gosh.
Okay, you're not all innocent either when you sleep.
Oh no, I let sledgehammers in my sleep.
Really, he does.
Put my hand up and drop it full force. Yeah.
He does it to me all the time, and
Oh,
it's
not all
like,
the time. You see, she becomes the Dragon Warrior. I'm a WWE champion because I'm coming with these sledgehammers.
it hurts a lot. And
Yeah,
then the next morning, I get all kinds of questions from like different people. What happened to your face? Well, you see.
she hurts herself in her sleep too.
I don't.
Yeah, yeah, she does. You know how I know? Because there's been nights where I don't sleep at all, and I'm playing my game, and then she wakes up, and she's asking about the bruises she has. She hurts herself.
I don't believe that, but okay.
You do. You wake up
Well,
with brand new bruises, and you're like, how did I get that bruise? I don't know. I didn't sleep at all last night. She hurts herself in her sleep. But that's okay.
when you can show me the proof, I'll believe you.
hmm You know what? That's fair enough. I'm exactly that way. I'm that way too. I don't believe in Sasquatch, or Mothman, or the Loch Ness Monster. As a scientist, I need proof. And no, don't show me a picture. Pictures can be faked. Don't show me a video. Videos can be altered. Find me a body. Once we have a body to work with, I'll tell you whether I think he's real or not. But until then, yeah, I need proof. Anyhow, we need to lighten up the situation. Let's
Oh, you're
see.
the one that's just talking about bodies and stuff. Like,
Man. So, you ready for spooky season?
yeah, I'm more excited for fall though. I mean,
I'm ready for spooky season. Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down
I
your
didn't
spine.
say I wasn't.
Ah, I love Halloween. I love it. It's my favorite time of year.
Although I think this Halloween I'm gonna probably be very busy between
Decorating, and she
decorating.
wants to hand out candy this
Yeah, I
year.
found out that where we live are
Our apartment complex does candy handouts,
so
so she wants to hand out candy this year. But if she's handing out candy this year, she has to dress up. Gotta do it for the kids.
I'm not dressing up. I will hand out candy with them. I haven't decided what I wanted to do. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing like actual candy or make candy bags.
No, it's gonna be actual candy.
You're only saying that because you don't want to help me make the bags. But
No, it's because of the fact that let the kids have their candy. They want candy. That's
they're
why they
gonna.
go trick or treating. They want their candy. You're not gonna be that person who sits there and hands out toothbrushes.
I
You're
wasn't
not gonna be that
gonna
person who
hand out.
hands out erasers or school supplies. You know what happened
I,
to those people when I grew up? They got egged.
I wasn't gonna hand them out that. I was actually gonna make like candy bags, like maybe buy like 3 or 4, different bags of candy and
If you're making candy bags, it's more than gonna be more than 3 or 4.
well, I mean, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure if I mean, I've always wanted to do it, but I mean, or I didn't know if I wanted to just hand out the candy with I don't know, maybe like juice. I know our one neighbor. I don't want to take her idea though, because I do know our one neighbor.
Juice.
Well, she's probably gonna. She said that she was gonna pass out uh Huggies.
Juice. Oh, no. No, if we're passing out drinks, take your cans of soda.
I don't think we should do.
Because kids, they want them sweets.
I don't
That's
think.
why, look, guys, like, level with me for a bit.
I don't think.
Halloween is already an adult holiday. Okay, let's break this down. It's an adult holiday. Parties were made for adults, so they could wear kinky outfits, drink, and have sex. Okay? Halloween is an adult holiday. All the horror movies ever made were for adults. I don't think anybody has ever made a horror movie and say, yeah, this is for a kid. No, it's for adults.
And I figured
So, and let the kids have their candy and their pop and their soda. If they
well,
want to be hyped up on sugar for one night, it's fine because all the adults are normally drunk and hyped up on drugs.
I don't think the parents want their kids to have
Unless
soda.
you're a responsible adult like me, and then you're obviously working and dealing with the drunks and the drugs.
I mean,
Or the people hopped up on the
and I
drugs, not the
thought like
drugs
if I
itself. But
make candy bags, I could bake, or if
but
you wanna
don't be the
help.
parent that says you can't have that, little Timmy. You know why? Because that's full of sugar and artificial flavoring. When we know for damn sure your ass is gonna be the one munching on it when he goes to bed. Like, let the kids have their candy.
But I'm thinking, I'm not sure what I want to do yet. I thought if Nicker wants to help, he can bake cookies or brownies and we could stick it in a Ziploc bag in with the candy bag. I mean, I don't know yet. I don't know. I'm just saying if you want to help.
I love how I'm enlisted. Not decoration, no,
Well, would you
baking.
rather do the decorating? I mean,
I ain't baking nobody's kids' cookies. They're getting candy. Because I'm going to scare the kids.
no, I'm gonna have to keep you out of the candy. That
Oh
is,
no, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm getting a beat up old, I'm gonna make myself look like a beat up old, fake scarecrow. I'm gonna have the candy on my lap so when the kids go to grab it, I jump up and scare them.
or you can't really do it because they're um gonna be coming through the hall. So,
I don't care. I'll scare everybody in the hall too. Look,
you're probably gonna be working the day that this happens.
man, I
So,
hope not.
I mean,
I hope not. I love Halloween. Halloween's an awesome time of year.
Halloween is cool. So I'm thinking I don't know what I want to do yet. I do
The
know that I'm gonna um pass out candy because we have to have um they normally pass out signs where we live, so the trick or treaters know that you're.
I just gotta buy a lot of candy.
Yeah, I know because you're gonna be in it.
Did it for her.
I am not gonna eat any candy until it's over with. And whatever I have left, then that's what I have left. Like,
I have to buy like 4 bags of Reese cups.
no, that's you.
No, no, I was gonna say because that's me. I love Reese cups. Reese's is
Like,
my favorite candy. Mostly because of the fact that as I've gotten older and after the dental surgery, it's the only candy I can eat.
I mean, I wish I could afford like buying like how some people do with trick or treating, like give them full candy bars, but that's a little.
No.
That's
Oh,
a
hold on. I
little.
said let your kid have their candy. I didn't say give the kid Candy Mountain.
Well,
Like, no. They don't eat the whole candy bar. Especially, like, here's the thing, right? If you buy candy and you hand them 3 or 4 pieces of candy, that is the equivalent of one candy bar.
I'm just,
Statistically, if you talk about ingredients and sugar.
I'm
No, I'm not
just
handing them
saying.
out whole Hershey bars. What do I look like? Willy Wonka?
I'm just saying if we could, I would, but
Look,
I
if we
can't.
could, and we got them a lot more from where my store is, I would buy a lot of the dollar huge ones.
Well, right. I mean, but um,
And I would give those out.
I we can't
Because that's
really.
actually a whole lot cheaper than
Well, yeah, but we
bags of
can't
candy. But the
really.
problem is my store doesn't give them out a lot.
We can't really do that. And don't get me wrong, for people who do that, out there, that's
Keep doing
really.
it. You're like the kid's best part of the night.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, that's something I can't afford to do.
Right. I
Because
mean, that
that's just
is.
crazy.
I mean, if we could, we would. I mean,
Oh,
it really
100%.
would.
100%. Especially because, like I said, adults, we all know we're partying, we're drinking, we're having sex. You know, and if you're like me, unfortunately, you're working. And if that's the case, I totally understand you. And my condolences to have
Me,
to
I
work.
just like seeing
It's
the
the fact
kids
is that
happy.
adults already have so much. And the thing is that what I feel bad about is that there's a lot of adults out there, or a lot of people out there in general, that want to ruin it. When I was growing up as a kid, I didn't have to worry about there being razor blades in my candy apples.
Yeah.
I didn't have to worry about people injecting stuff into the candy. That's messed up. Let the kids have their fun.
Yeah,
You don't have to be a dick to the kids.
right. I mean,
You could be a dick to each other, but don't be a dick to the kids, because the kids didn't do
that's
anything.
a little far, and it's crazy. I know when I used to take my niece and nephew trick or treating, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna be doing that or
Probably not.
my brothers, which I mean, I might, I don't know, because normally,
Well, I don't know. You didn't ask it last year. That's why I said probably not.
well, last year he was working,
Yeah.
so this year I think he's gonna try to do his best to, um, you know,
Just let the kids have their day.
probably ask me because normally it is a big group of kids. When I say big group of kids, like my brothers, um, sometimes their parents, their friends' parents have to work, so they normally join them. So if he asks me, it's like it's not that I'm only protecting my niece and nephew, I'm also protecting the other kids. So normally it's like 3 adults that are going with, you know, to make sure my niece and nephew are safe and the other kids are safe too.
Right.
Which is not a bad idea. It's not. But the
Uh-huh.
only thing is that when they get candy, I let their parents know so their parents can check their candy because I don't think they would feel very comfortable
You know
with.
what? Though,
Uh,
as an adult, I could say there's one place I know I could take children, and I'll never have to check their candy. Nursing homes.
yeah, I mean, not like Nicker said, not last year, but the year after that. I remember.
I mean, the year before that. Because the year after that would be this year.
Well,
So it'd be the year before.
um, I remember we were checking my niece and nephew's candy, and believe it or not, it's a good thing we did because we opened because they wanted like those little hurt or Milky Way
Oh, okay.
bars,
Yeah.
this snack, and I don't know how they did it, but there was a razor blade in it. So it was a good thing we did because he could have gotten really hurt.
Y'all just need to let kids have their days. Like,
And I don't
jeez.
understand how people do it because
I don't
you would.
understand how people could do it and sleep at night.
Oh, right.
They're
Because
just
you're hurting
kids.
kids. Yeah, you're hurting kids. I mean, why would you do this? But again, I don't know how they do it because you would think you would see, the chocolate or the candy like broken apart or something, wrong with the candy. Now the paper, I can see how they could refix that. I mean, but I don't understand how you're actually putting, nor do I want to, like razor blade in candy. Like, what's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Like, these kids have done nothing to you, but yet you want to give them.
But we're totally dressing you up.
No, we're not.
Yeah, yeah.
No, we're not. He's probably gonna be at work, so
So what do you want to be this year?
myself, because that's what.
Sure.
Shut up.
Oh, that's yourself.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Sure.
I'm not putting a costume on. But anyhow, I
Man, every
do.
time I say that, the only thing I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I gotta say this. Every time I say that, the only thing I can think of is that one episode of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where they have that flashback of Carlton and Will back before Carl, before Uncle Phil became a very impressive lawyer, and they're living in that New York apartment building, and they're like, I want to be just like that when I grow up. And Will's looking at Carlton and is like, what, tall? But yeah, not to beat a dead horse here. Um, yeah, just don't be addicted to kids. Let the kids have their
Yeah, I
day.
mean, I think
I
I
said
think,
don't beat a dead horse. We're beating the dead horse here if we keep going into this.
I don't know. Oh, you got to say your opinion on it. I didn't.
My opinion got summed up in one sentence. Can you sum your opinion up in one sentence?
Yeah, I was
Let's hear.
just gonna say let them have fun. I mean, this is why I don't express my opinions, because Necro's like,
She goes into a rabbit hole.
so that's why I just don't opine.
She goes into a rabbit hole. I'm not trying to be rude, but she gets into this rabbit hole, and it's like the conversation goes on and on and on. That's like her stories.
I stopped that too, though. So,
And I'm nodding my head. And then she'll mention somebody, and then she'll use a story to reference back to that person. And I'm nodding my head like,
because you're like, I don't know, and I'm like, okay.
it's like, can we get to the end of the story? Please? Please? Like, Abras, please, I'm begging you. I need, I need shiny. hmm Wing attack. Hey, boy, yo. Oh my, so strong. The one thing I have to ask is, why is it the rich girls look like they're all Southern belles? Okay, the Black Void of Space. Hey, do you know why they all look like Southern belles?
Maybe,
Since my co-host has decided to no longer speak.
maybe they don't want people to know. I mean, people do that. I mean,
I'm just saying, I find it very odd that a game from Japan would have them dressed like Southern belles. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Just asking
I
questions.
mean, maybe that's probably why. I mean,
A little higher, please.
that's probably why.
Why then? I didn't get to hear it.
Because they probably don't want people to know they're rich.
They don't want people to know they're rich. She just told me she was having a pole built. She had no problem with hiding the fact she's rich.
Well, then she's not very good at it.
I don't need to know they're rich. I'm getting $20 a piece off of them. They don't need to tell me for me to know they're rich.
Well, you asked. I mean, or maybe they just like dressing like that. I mean,
Oh, I'm just saying it's weird. I ain't saying that you're not allowed to do it. I'm just saying that I
you're
just
weird.
this
I'm not wrong.
this woman. Like,
I'm
seriously.
only speaking the truth.
I'm gonna fight.
I mean,
And I'm gonna win.
you think?
I know. Okay, you ready to spend the next 15 minutes buying Abras? Oh boy. I need to go heal real quick.
You said I need to go heal and you
I walked
are.
away. I was
Yeah.
just like, yeah, fuck it.
Do you even
It's like, do you even know what you're doing anymore, Wes? Do you know what you want out of life?
I mean, I'm just saying. It's like you walked up there and then you turned around and.
It's like, yeah, fuck it. Like, you gotta know what you want out of life, Wes. If you don't know what you want, you can't get there. Let's go. Figure yourself out. I just want a shiny hammer. Okay. I'm ready to get out. Like, I was having trouble there with the door.
You're having trouble healing. You're having trouble
With the door?
like, which is a simple thing, but apparently.
Oh my gosh, I know what it finally feels like to be you.
Shut up. Because wait, next time I'm gonna let you run into a door, I'll be like, oh, did that hurt? I didn't feel a thing. Now you know how it feels to get hit by a door.
Yeah, I know how it feels to be
Congratulations.
you.
Congratulations, here's your certificate. Will you pay attention to what you're supposed to do? Because apparently you're not sure at the moment. You might end up buying the wrong Pokemon and be mad.
I don't know how.
Well, just like you don't know how to like go through a door, or you don't know how to go here. Like, I mean,
Man, I don't mean to keep yawning, man. I don't know why.
these are all simple things we should know how to do. It's not that difficult. Okay, apparently we gotta go back to step one. Okay, step one. We walk to the door. Okay, step two. We walk through the door.
You
Or
walk through
step.
doors? I'm sorry. Where I come from, no, we open doors.
Not if they're sliding.
Then I wait for the door to open. I ain't walking through the door.
And then we walk we walk through the door. Like, we walk through the pathway.
She's walking through doors, guys. I don't know where she went to school, but where I went to school, we were taught to open doors, not go through them.
We went to the same school.
And you didn't learn good enough. Last time I checked, try to walk through our door. See how well that works out for you. You're gonna have a big old
You
knot in your
have.
head.
Yeah, I know you have.
To be fair, I have.
What's your excuse on this, huh?
To be fair, I've actually gone through the door.
Yeah.
That door is gonna stop you.
And you've had a knot on your head, and I'm like,
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, I did go through the door. I wasn't stopped. The door didn't stop me. Door stopped her.
Well, apparently you need a lot of lessons because in this live stream, you're not like.
I am not optimally here, no. I am not. And I can't quit yawning. Please stop yawning, body. Jesus, macaroni, how much more coffee you need? Okay, why does it feel like this one's taking forever when it comes to buying the Abras?
Um, I don't think it's taking forever.
Like it feels like it.
I think it's the kind of the same speed it's been like.
Come on, Abras. Oh my gosh. Like, I'm getting tired of clicking these two buttons.
Well, you won't let me help you, so.
Okay, one more. Thank goodness. Okay. So, should we go and check the Abras we got now? Or should I just buy another batch now? Since I know we're not even close to 1,000 Abra.
Um,
I'm thinking just keep buying. Because we're not even close to 1,000 Abra.
I mean, do you have room though?
Oh yeah, I got the room.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, as long as you have room. Because, as far as I just saw you had 2 boxes, so I didn't know if you had any more room in there or. Because that would suck if you're buying more and then ran out of room. I'm just saying that's
No, I
why.
think I have like 10 boxes that I
Um,
could use.
okay, I mean, I'm just saying. I didn't want you to do all that and, not have any room. I mean, you would think. I mean, I guess I know they're like really low encounter, but you would think of how much we have done this, we would already ran into the shiny. But I mean, I don't know. I understand it's a very low. uh, very low encounter.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, you would think we would, um, at least run into one. It keeps putting them in box 2, so I mean. So you must have a lot of room in box 2. Well, now they just want the box 3. Okay.
Man, come
But
on.
for the longest time there, it was saying box 2. Now it just said box 3. So that would suck though. That would definitely suck. Like, I'm just saying in general, if you
Yeah.
didn't have, I would be pretty mad personally. I'd be like, oh, I forgot. Really?
Oh, yeah.
I spent all that.
But I think I'm not sure, I've never tried it before, but I think if your box is full, what they'll do is they'll just give you back your coins.
Uh,
I think.
well, if they do, that's nice. I'm just saying, like, if they didn't, that would suck. Because you spent all.
Well, no, because what will happen is that as long as you're paying attention to what's being said on the screen, even if you didn't get that abra and they didn't give you back those coins, you're only losing 180 coins because at least at that point you could go, okay, I don't have any room. Because it will tell you if there's no room every time you try to buy the abra. So at least you'll know.
Mm-hmm.
At 180 coins, that's nothing.
I mean, I'm just saying in general. Like, if it didn't tell you anything, or.
If it didn't tell you, that would be so annoying. I think that's how Gen 1 was. You had to know
Mm,
how many Pokemon was in your box. Because you had to manually change your boxes, they didn't change automatically.
okay.
So let's say you ran into a legendary. Well, if your box was full, you didn't get to catch that legendary.
Oh, that would suck.
So it was up to you to know what was going on in your boxes.
Oh, we're almost at the 2 hour mark. Already. Holy heck. Okay. Have we really been buying Abras for 2 hours?
No! We've been grinding money, buying Abra, and releasing Abra for 2 hours. That's what we've been doing.
I mean, because I really didn't notice until, like, I happened to look down and I'm like, oh, okay. Come on. Let there be a shiny, like, out of all of this, let there be a shiny Abra. Now I went to box 4. I wonder if we don't, I wonder if, like, we would have better luck with, like, a different Pokemon that's shiny.
Not really, because changing the Pokemon doesn't change the RNG. Because it's still 1 out of 8,000 encounters.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like if you run into Abra, that's encounter 1. If you ran into Oddish, that's encounter 2. It's 1 out of 8,000.
Okay. It was an idea, like I said. Excuse me. Were we gonna buy all the abras and then go to break and then check them, or check them before break?
What I'm probably gonna do is we're probably gonna take a roundabout here. We're gonna go up to the Pokemon Center. We're gonna actually see how many boxes we have. Then we're gonna go back. We're not gonna check any of the Abras. Then we'll go back, we'll fill up on money, and then we'll go on break. Or we'll fill up on coins, and then we'll go on break. Because you might as well just check all the Abras at once before we start level grinding again.
But that's going okay.
So, like, we'll come in here, we're gonna check actually how many boxes we have to fill with Abras. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we can fill 9 boxes with Abras. So if we got a lot of money, we know where to cap out at, right? So now what we could do is, then I could come down here. We're just gonna buy more money. We're just gonna buy more coins, and then at the end when we come back from our break, then we're just gonna buy more Abras. At this point, it's just better off to do it that way, so we could check all the Abras at once at the end. Plus, it took so long to do that, we were past the 205 mark, or the 1205 mark, and I wanted to kind of go on a break adding exactly a 5 or a 0, because that would make figuring out when we come back a whole lot easier. Eight, 9. There. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so if you give us like 2 minutes here dancing, we're going on our first break. Come on. Okay, guys. So from here, we're gonna go ahead on our first break. It is 12:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're gonna see you guys here at 12:25. So yeah, we're gonna take our 15-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll finish clearing up we'll finish buying the abras, and then we will see if we were lucky enough to get any shinies. But for now, this is the Wivering. We'll be right back, guys. Hey guys, we are back. And believe it or not, on time.
That's why I had to leave when I did, because you're always yelling that we're not on time, so.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna finish up with getting Abras here. And then we're gonna check our boxes.
Boxings.
Or boxing. So yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully we get a shiny. Doing the math here, we got 5 boxings. 5 boxing of Abra. Um, with the 5 boxing of Abra that we got, 5 times 30 is 150. So, yeah, it's 150 Abra. So hopefully, you know, I don't know how many Abra we've gotten. All I know is we've gotten a lot of Abra so far, but still nowhere enough to do what we need to get the shiny. Most people, according to the from what I'm seeing, normally don't get shiny Abra from the Pokemart until about 4 or 5,000 Abra. So we still got quite the long ways to go. Luckily, it's only been 51 hours into the game, so we still have a lot of time left to get shiny Abra.
Well, I don't. What was. Have you checked it lately? I mean.
Huh?
Have you checked the time lately,
Yeah,
or.
when I saved.
Oh, okay.
We're about 52 hours in.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're only on a little over the halfway mark of the 100
I
hours.
was just asking. I didn't.
Hey, we're at box 6 now. So, yeah, we have at least 152 Abra. You know, it'd be funny if we checked these 6 boxes and there's like 3 shiny Abras in here.
Oh, that would be cool. I mean, we're just
We'll
asking
keep a
for.
shiny Abra, have a shiny Kadabra, and have a shiny Alakazam. We could have the whole shiny family.
I mean, that would be cool. I mean,
The chances of that are extremely low, but if we got them, that would be amazing. Okay. Okay, let me move my cursor. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Let me see here. So, that's 150. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 160. 1, 2, 3, 4. 165 Abra. Okay, so. No. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do what we've done before, what we keep doing. We're going to check the entire box, release the entire box before we go to the next box. Okay. If I get quiet, it's because I'm counting the Abra that we check to make sure I'm checking all 30 per box. This is a lot of Abra though.
It is a lot of Abras.
We're,
No, I'm just saying, I'm just surprised we haven't ran into.
I'm not. If we had something like the Shiny Charm, or if this was Gen 4 and we had the Q Charm, we would actually be doing a Shiny in a very different way. Because the Q Charm, Q Charm is a Pokemon ability, and because of a glitch in the Q Charm ability, it actually increases the chance of shinies, as well as the Shiny Charm also increases those chances. Now, Shiny Charm didn't get released until I think Gen 6 or Gen 7, so, but we wouldn't be doing it in a way that we're doing it now. If we were um, playing Gen 5 gives you the chance of getting a Pokemon that is, it's a Magikarp from France. And then when you get that Magikarp, you can then take that Magikarp, breed it with a Magikarp that you caught, because the OT address of the Magikarp from France would be different. We could then start breeding Magikarp for what is called the Masuda method, which if a Pokemon from two different countries breed, the chances of them being shiny is a lot higher. It was a way back in the day because they had released what was called the GTS, or what was the global trade system. It encouraged people to trade more and be more active inside a bigger community. Because now you could start breeding those Pokemon with your Pokemon, and then at that point, you know, do it that way. Now, people who played Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum knows that the GTS system was full of bullshit because they would show off Pokemon. It was a place where you could show off your Pokemon, but not really trade. Because there was people that would ask for something ridiculous like a level 1 Charizard. Because you could choose the level and the Pokemon you wanted. And the thing is, unless you cheat or Game Shark a level or Action Replay a level 1 Charizard, level 1 Charizard's impossible to get. So most of the time, those kind of people, I like to call GT assholes, because they were only there to show off their shiny legendaries. Which, if you're going to show off your shiny legendaries, just, I don't know, battle with them. Because this was about the same time that Pokemon battle videos were huge on YouTube. So just battle with them and make battle videos. Like, you don't have to, be a jerk to Pokemon that, wants a who wants some munchlax because they didn't want to grind out the time to get their own munchlax, you know, asking for a level 1 Suicune, which was impossible, you know. But the shiny hunting, but the point is, shiny hunting in later generations is a whole lot easier than Gen 1 and 2 and 3. 1, because there was no shiny. 2 because of the fact that there was 2 and 3 because there was no way to manipulate it. It wasn't until Gen 4 or later that we actually got chances that increased the chances of shinies. Now, if you're playing a ROM hack of a FireRed game or an Emerald game, ROM hackers have found ways to create items that increase those chances. Like right now, I'm playing Radical Red. Still playing Radical Red. But you could get a shiny charm, which increases your chances of getting a shiny. Oh, hold on here. Okay. I looked away for a moment and I didn't know if there was a star or not. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Let's see here.
That's crazy. Still no.
Told you the chances are crazy. Now, if you guys are interested in this, and you guys are really liking this, we could definitely, after spooky season, we could do more, live streams. Because the thing is that there's not a lot of games that I play that you could do 100 hours or 100-day challenges in. Now, one game that I might do a 100-day challenge in, which I'm probably going to do after I Let's Play it, is going to be Don't Starve.
Yeah, you said you wanted to do, Don't Starve. Which, with that, game, I've seen there's a lot to do in there. So it's kind of not like this, where,
I'm gonna be honest, there is a point in the game where it becomes repetitive and there's nothing else to do except
oh,
survive. So the thing is, it's like, eh. Still no shinies.
I'm telling you, I think they're holding out on
We're still early in the hunting. Believe it or not. We haven't even scratched 1,000 Abra yet. And the chances of guaranteeing a shiny Abra is over 8,000. So like we haven't even started scratching the bottom yet, because we're not even 1,000 Abra in. And that's something we have to take into consideration. Um, some things I want to address is that we will not, and I'm trying to word this in a way that makes sense. We might not do Nuzlocks. Only because of the fact that there is so much to explore when it comes to ROM hacks. And the thing is, to me, what I find interesting about a ROM hack is how much they can fit inside a game. So the thing is that we won't be doing ROM hacks or Nuzlocks not because of the fact that they're not fun. It's because of the fact that there are so many ROM hacks out there that I wish to explore. And not a star yet. Now, with that being said, if you guys have an interest on um what kind of ROM hack you want me to play, let me know, because there's a lot of them. The only stipulation that I have is that it has to be completable, which means I have to be able to beat all 8 gyms and do the Elite Four at least. If there's no post game or the post game isn't done, that's fine. I need to know what version is the latest version because I'll only play the latest version of a ROM hack. And understand that I'm not gonna, if they update a new version of a ROM hack, I'm not gonna play it again.
That makes sense. I mean,
Only because, again, of the fact is that there's so many ROM hacks that if I played every version of every ROM hack, we'll never get done with Pokemon. And the thing is I probably never will be done with Pokemon because there's so much that can be done. I was actually hoping Tentacle would have been shiny
I was about
out
to
of nowhere.
I was about to say, as many as times as we've been here, I think that's the only Pokemon you've actually ran into the water. I
Yeah, I was
mean,
expecting with all the Abra I ran into, oh look, the RNG changed, they gave it to me.
like, well, I
Um,
mean, I'm just saying in general, that's the first,
so yeah, it has to be English, and it has to be finished. That's my 2 rules. And again, if it update, let me know what version you want me to play. Because I'll only play the most updated version, and I'm not gonna go back to a game once it updates again. I know there's just too much I want to let's play and do. I haven't even finished all of Game Boy Color or Game Boy, and I'm trying to get those out of the way. Because once I'm done with those, I can finally say goodbye to the early retro systems, and I can or the retro handhelds, because there's still a whole lot of Game Boy Advance games I got that I need to get through. I mean, geez, I haven't even touched DS yet, just because of the fact there's so much I still want to play. There's Game Boy Advance I still want to do. There's Game Boy. There's DS I still want to do. Um, Maybe if the emulation or if I could ever, or I could ever get my 3DS working. 3DS I want to do. There's PSP, but there are other systems out there I want to touch. Super Nintendo, you know. I don't know much about Super Nintendo actually. I mean, because maybe Nintendo, because for some reason the game cartridge for the classic NES titles, like the original Legend of Zelda, Legend of Zelda 2, things like that, for some reason they don't work. The Game Boy Advance versions of them, so maybe I'll go back to regular Nintendo. But um, Super Nintendo will possibly not happen, only because all the games I grew up with on the Super Nintendo, they also ported over to the Game Boy Advance, and I played the Game Boy Advance versions growing up. So like Breath of Fire 2, um, the Final Fantasies, they started on original Nintendo and Super Nintendo. As you can see, I am playing the Dawn of Souls versions of those games, so I will be sticking with the Game Boy Advance versions. There will come a point in time where I will play the DS version of those games that do have a DS version, but that's only because the DS version has unique stuff from the Game Boy Advance version, but still adds on from the original.
hmm.
But I don't see a lot of Super Nintendo. Um, there's the I didn't mean to hit you with that because if I get paralyzed, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay. There's the Super Mario games. They released Game Boy Advance version of those that I played as a kid. I played the Game Boy Advance versions. My father had a Super Nintendo, but he never let me play on it. So,
I don't know much about them either. I
so
mean,
like a lot of the games from the Super Nintendo I did play. They're on the Game Boy Advance, and those were the versions I grew up with. So those are going to be the ones I do play.
I mean, then again, I only grew up with um.
Um, you probably will not see Sonic Academy. Reasons why is because I actually like Mario more than Sonic, and I didn't grow up with the Sega Genesis. So my goal as a YouTube channel is to archive the experiences I had and share them with you. And unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to play old Sega games, besides that one time with Lightning Sage when we live streamed. So, yeah. Um, what else? If you guys want me to play, so the only time I'll play Super Nintendo is if you guys can find me, or if you guys want me to play Mother. So Mother slash Earthbound is a series I love. I love Earthbound. It's so hilarious, it's so wacky, and the story is still so dark. The thing about it is that the reason why I've never played Earthbound is because Mother 3 never came to America. Because Mother 3 never came to America, we can't finish the series. I am willing to do Mother 3 on an English fan translation. I just don't know how well the fan translation is. If you guys could let us know how good the fan translation is, that's definitely a game I'll play.
I
The Mother series is very fun. It's very, but the thing is, the story is very dark and relatable. In some sense. Um, so yeah. Let me know if you want to see that one. There's still a lot of Game Boy Advance I need to get done. There's still a lot of Castlevanias. There's still a lot of, I haven't even started the Mega Mans, the Zero series, or okay, so yeah, so I might play, Super Nintendo for the Mega Man X series, because I do like the X series. Um, but I haven't started the Zero series yet. I haven't started the Battle Network series yet, which I really enjoyed the Battle Network series, though I got lost a lot. But I did enjoy the series a lot. Um, what else I'm trying to think here? The Game Boy Advanced Legend of Zeldas. I'm gonna be doing those. I love Zelda.
think that's the only game I'm familiar with on technically.
There's still a lot of Steam games I want to give you guys. If I ever get the chance, I'll get to finish Blossom Knight, which is basically a spiritual successor to The Legend of Zelda, and we'll play Blossom Knight. But the thing is that I want to actually get through a lot of The Legend of Zeldas before I start giving you a spiritual successor. It's the only one that makes sense.
I have that on
Um,
my computer.
the PlayStations, I'll definitely be giving you a lot of those because I played that a lot as a kid.
I think I only played the older version, which I think that's like,
The first PlayStation.
yeah.
Um, I will tell you guys, no, you will not get Spyro. I don't like Spyro. Growing up, it was either Spyro or Crash if you played PlayStation. I like Crash. I don't like Crash on the Game Boy Advance.
I think mine was Crash too.
The Orange Bandicoot.
Hmm.
Yeah. Granted, I don't like it on the Game Boy Advance because the Game Boy Advance just does a whole bunch of weird gimmicks that doesn't work well for the system. Like those stupid Atlas spheres. But Uh, Playing it on the PlayStation, I love me some Crash, man. Um, what else? I haven't even touched DS, and there's a whole lot of DS I want to give you guys. A lot of good RPGs I've played, remakes of the Final Fantasies, um, a whole lot of um, monster taming games, a whole lot of Pokemon. There's a lot of Pokemon for the DS. Um, so yeah, there's a lot I want to do. It's just I want to try to get out of the Game Boy Advanced area, or at least the Game Boy Color, because if I can get through about 2 to 3 Let's Plays a year, then I could probably, and I say 2 to 3, like I'm hoping to get three, like 2 to 3 done a year. If I could do that, I could get done with a lot of it. But in reality, that's just what I want to do. I might even get more out because Game Boy and Game Boy Color aren't as expansive as Game Boy Advance. And because the Game Boy Advance games I've played so much, we'll fly right through them. And then there's challenges with some of the Game Boy Advance games. So expect to see after Halloween, I start picking back up the original Final Fantasy again that I played sometime last year or the year sometime a few years back for the Dawn of Souls, because there's a challenge that we could do with that, and that we're going to be running it with at least every class. So expect to see a lot of Final Fantasy this coming next year, or the end of this year, start of next year. Um, there's no real challenges for Final Fantasy 2, really, because I mean, I could say no magic and then just turn around and just get super powerful hands only and then just break the game. It's not that hard. Expect to see the other Final Fantasies. So I've decided for Final Fantasy 3, because of the fact that I don't have a Super Nintendo operation at the moment, and I kind of don't want to do that because I don't like the Super Nintendo version, um, or the Nintendo version. We'll definitely be using the DS to give you Final Fantasy 3, which is good because the DS version actually provides a whole lot more than the actual regular game.
Hmm.
um, Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6. I also have challenges for Final Fantasy 5. So one of the live streamers that I watch, Don Yagamoth, he has done a solo challenge with every class in the game. It is possible to beat Final Fantasy 5 with one character only using one class. And you could do that with every single class in the game. So it is possible. He's also shared all of his documents, and they are all of his documentation used to help make these, optimal decisions in the game is free for everyone to use. So I will be using his information to help guide us through. But he has documented that game heavily. The only thing is that with that, those challenges will probably be here on live stream, because some of those bosses actually take 5 to 6 hours to beat. Sometimes you might just do one video of just one boss.
I think you explained that to me too. I haven't played any of the Final Fantasies. No, it. No.
No.
I was thinking of one I tried, but it wasn't.
We've tried the first one.
Was it the first one?
It was the first one. There's Final Fantasy Advanced and Tactics, which I'll definitely be playing. I love the Tactics series. Um, so yeah, there's a lot I have planned. But before we could do any of that, I need to make room on my computer. The best way to do that is to start playing shorter games or games that I know by heart that I don't have challenges for, which would be a lot of the Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Color games. But I have a lot in store for us. I look at it this way: if Eminem can rap until he's 50, I can do videos until I'm 50. Heck, Eminem is still rapping, so, well, who do you know? I could be 64 years old playing, games. But the point is that I want to create an archive that the new generation can look back to and learn to appreciate what they have now. Because my colleague at work and my neighbor, like, he doesn't appreciate what he has.
Yeah, he likes the newer.
We get to a lot of arguments about video games, and like, he doesn't understand how intricate they are and where they came from compared to what they were. He grew up in a time where Xbox 360 was what his childhood was. He doesn't understand where video games came from. And this is the point of my channel, to archive these beautiful old masterpieces so the new generation could go back and be like, wow, we have come all this way.
I mean, he's more of the. I don't see him ever playing this. Like this version of Pokemon.
No, like he's
I
playing right now, like he plays Sword and Shield, and he plays
Call of
Scarlet and
Duty.
Violet, if we're just talking about the Pokemon games.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, a lot of what we had to experience as older gamers when it came to Pokemon, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand to get perfect IVs. You had to breed and breed and breed and breed and then breed those kids with their parents and breed again. Like they don't understand. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand to get the nature that you wanted. You had to give an Everstone and breed, and that creating a perfect Pokemon took 99 years. He doesn't understand. So that's the point of this, to give a beautiful archive. Like, geez, he's grown up in it. He's grown up. He was telling me the oldest game that he remembered playing was, um, like, Diamond and Pearl, or what did he say it was? I think he said like Diamond and Pearl, which that's crazy to me. Diamond and Pearl came out when I was like 14, 15. So like he's never experienced needing to grind out shinies and give destiny knots and give everstones. Like, did you know the everstone has an actual use?
Mm,
So like, remember how you asked me, what's the point of everstone if it just keeps you from evolving?
yeah, I mean before I knew it had a um before I knew it did actually have.
Well, do you know what? Okay, so do you know what its secondary use is?
Mm,
Because yes, the Pokemon holding it does not evolve. But do you know what the secondary use of the Everstone is?
isn't it picking up items?
Uh-uh.
Like, what do you mean it's second? Like,
So the Everstone has a hidden use that the game doesn't tell you. So remember back when we played, you got that item called the Everstone, and you said, I'm gonna give it to my Pokemon. I said, if you do, it'll never evolve. It has a use that the game doesn't tell you. So, okay. So here we go. So, quick lesson. Okay. So let's say I wanted to breed Shading and Charizard. Okay.
mm-hmm,
So again, that can't happen because they're both boys. But let's say Shading was a girl. Okay. And let's say I wanted a kill it, because I didn't mean to do that. So let's say Shading was a girl, right? And let's say I wanted Shading to have a modest nature, right?
mm-hmm,
So when you breed Charizard and a Farfetch'd, again, boy and girl, you give the Everstone to Charizard. And if you give the Everstone to Charizard, the baby will have the modest nature. Because when you breed, it can have any nature in the game. But if you breed two Pokemon, it'll guarantee the nature of the parent who held the stone.
hmm.
Thank you. Destiny Knot. People think that Destiny Knot is a pretty useless item. Yeah, it looks like a ball of yarn. It looks useless. But if you give it to a parent, it guarantees to pass on its IVs to its children. So, a good way to make a perfect Pokemon was to breed until you had a Pokemon with perfect IVs, or a perfect IV in one stat. Then what you did was you gave the Destiny Knot to it, and then bred that with another parent, or bred that again until you got another child with two perfect IVs. Then you took that child, gave it the Destiny Knot, and bred it again until that child had three perfect IVs. And then you took that child, gave it the Destiny Knot, and bred it with the parent that had the two perfect IVs. And you kept doing this until all the stats had perfect IVs. And you did this because IVs, the higher the IV, the better your stats are going to be.
Hmm.
And then you now take that parent with the five perfect IVs, breed it with a Pokemon that you want to have and that you want the nature of, if you didn't get the lucky chance of it having the nature you wanted. And not only did you get both the parent, so then you had one with the Destiny, Destiny string, the other one with the Everstone, and so not only now did you get the nature you wanted, but it passed down the perfect 5 IVs from all parents. So now at this point you had a Pokemon with the nature you wanted, perfect IVs, and now at this point you could start competitively training it.
Hmm.
Back in the day, to make a competitively viable Pokemon would taking you days just to work on one Pokemon. And that's just to breed to get the perfect Pokemon you wanted. Because before you did anything else, you had to decide if there was moves that you wanted on that Pokemon that wasn't found on other Pokemon. So how did you do that? You took two parents, two of two different species, and then you bred them together because it would always be the Pokemon of the mother. And now it would pass down the father's moves, but the mother's species. From there, once you finally got the moves that you wanted on the species you wanted, then you began the chain breeding with the Destiny Knot to actually get the IVs you wanted. Once you finally did all that, then you bred with another parent to get the Everstone or to do the Everstone to get the nature you wanted. It was a complicated series of events.
It sounds like it.
Back in the day, if you had a competitively viable Pokemon, that was your prized possession because you spent months making it. Nowadays, oh, take a pill. Give your Pokemon a pill, it becomes any nature you want. Give it pills, it increases its IVs. You now just made it a competitively viable Pokemon just by fighting the Elite Four 5 or 6 times. Back in the day, we didn't have that. It was far more complex, and it actually meant something. Nowadays, it really doesn't mean anything. I get it. They were trying to make competitive battling more inclusive and trying to include more people into competitive battling. But the point of competitive battling was to show who was the most dedicated, the best of the game. You're not really that dedicated if you fought the Elite Four 6 times just so you get the IVs in the nature you wanted. In the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you can make sandwiches and feed them to your Pokemon. Okay? Does different effects. He was telling me, my coworker the other day was telling me that if you just make one of each sandwich and just feed it to it, it'll actually decrease the shiny chance from 8,000 to 200. We could have like 9 shiny Abras by now if that was the case.
Mm,
That's not. And it just so bugs me because it's like, why do they keep handing these players things on a silver platter? I had to work hard for my shinies. Look what I'm doing now. I'm buying out the Abra population for damn sake. Newer players just don't appreciate where their games came from.
I know. Also, in that game, he was showing us that the Pokemon he had every time he made a sim. I think it was hold on here. I think it was
It was me right on.
no. I mean, yes, he had that, but that's not the um. I think it was like a Charizard, but it wasn't like it was Charizard, but like I guess a better version. Anyhow, it was a dragon. I know that.
It was probably Baxcalibur.
Maybe, but anyhow, I know he was showing us every time he made a sandwich. Here comes this Pokemon running. He's like, "Hey, can I have some?" And he's like, "No, I already fed you." And he was showing us that. I thought it was funny. If you like don't eat or like your sandwich, or if you don't eat your his Pokemon will come over and take it out of his hands and eat it. I thought that was funny. I'd be like, "Hey, like."
Apparently, you get experience from catching Pokemon now. Like your Pokemon level up.
Huh.
Excuse me, where's my level 1 million Charizard? Because I should have it for catching all the Pokemon. Apparently, the experience share, yeah, you no longer give it to somebody. It's just in your bag and it works and it gives all your Pokemon experience. Like, what? Level 100 was a testament to your dedication of the game. No. It's not okay that you played the game for 20 hours or 40 hours and you already have a team of level 100 Pokemon. That's not cool. It's like, come on. And apparently HMs don't exist anymore. Surf, fly, nope. Now your Pokemon legendary that was handed to you at the beginning of the game Handed to you. I just spent 20 hours alone catching legendaries here. What do you mean they're handed to you?
I think you're gonna have to go heal pretty soon. If not now, actually. Because I don't think Charizard has too
I have a
many.
few power points left, and that's what I'm trying to milk out.
Um, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I'm just saying I don't think he has.
Like, what do you mean it was handed to you? At the beginning of the game. What? I remember when legendary meant something.
I mean, I had for mine. And I mean, all the ones that I've gotten, I've had to work for them. I mean,
Yeah, no.
oh
Remember Suicune?
my goodness.
But, yeah, so they're just handed to him now. Just handing it out like candy. And then it's like, and then apparently that's the Pokemon that helps you get around. There's no more Rock Smash, there's no more Strength, there's no more Surf or Fly, no more Flash. It's all done through your Pokemon. Which, by the way, you don't have to teach them how to do any of these things. It just happens. So it's like, but, excuse me.
I mean, he did show us it, and I was like, uh, okay. That's different.
That is completely BS. You should have a Pokemon that needs to be a dedicated HM buddy. Like,
I mean, it was different when he showed us. I was like, well, that's different because I'm used to like
you need to teach somebody how to surf
to
or
like
climb or rock climb or, or rock smash or strength. You gotta teach them. No. Apparently you get the badge and they magically know how to do it. Like you show them the badge and it's like, oh yeah, I could swim. It's like,
yeah, I remember that too. He showed us too. Yeah, he just showed his badge and they're like, oh, okay, and I'm like,
and if I sound salty, I am. Because I feel like that, games are becoming too easy. And I don't feel like, because I get it, you want a game to be accessible to everybody, but there gets to a point where you're no longer being accessible, you're being smothering. It's kind of like your mom. Alright, honey, you have a great time at your friends. By the way, don't forget to eat. Don't forget to take your medicine. Put some sunscreen on. It's hot out. And I brought you a change of underwear. It's like, Mom, I'm literally going to be gone for a few hours. That's literally what the game's becoming. It's holding your hand. Oh, don't worry, honey. I know this hill's very high. Here, I can drive you up the hill. Mom, I'm 16. I can climb a hill. Like, come on. Accessibility is good, but when it gives you so much, it makes you feel in it makes it so the game does not challenge you. That's a problem. That's why I enjoyed Legends Arceus. I actually enjoyed watching somebody play that. Sometimes I can't sleep and I watch live streams, especially because these are games that I can't afford to buy right now, so I never get to play them. So like I literally know everything that happens in Legends Arceus, yet I've never played the game before, which would be great for when I actually get the chance to let's play it. But yeah, Volo Volo pulled a Greevil. So if you guys don't know, Greevil is the main villain in the game Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, which comes from a series known as the Coliseum games, where you can abuse and corrupt the hearts of Pokemon to turn them into shadow Pokemon, darker, far more dangerous versions of themselves. And in Pokemon XD Gala Darkness, Greevil corrupts Lugia and turns it into a living weapon. Like literally, it picked up an entire sea liner and walked away with it and flew away with it. Like yeah, people died in the first scene of the game. Like they never showed them dying, but I'm pretty sure they died. But yeah, to when you fought Greevil, he not only had Shadow Lugia, but he had a team of Shadow Pokemon, all six Shadow Pokemon, three of them being Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno. Volo, and I compare Volo to Greevil because Volo has probably the most devastating team in Pokemon history. You hear the piano and you know. So, for my viewers that have ever played Pokemon Platinum, all I gotta say is one name, and you will all agree with me. Cynthia.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Volo is the ancestor of Cynthia. Uses her exact team. And, so not only do you have to fight the exact, not only do you have to fight his team, when you win, which your Pokemon are probably already beaten to hell and back because it's Cynthia's team. Cynthia is dangerous. Okay?
Mm,
He instead summons Giratina, the legendary ghost dragon from the Distortion World, the Satan of Pokemon himself, to fight you. Okay? When you beat Giratina decides, nah man, it's time to clap back. And takes on his true form, and you have to fight it again at full health. And it's stronger. You have to fight an 8 Pokemon team. That is a difficult boss battle. That's what you call a boss battle. It's like, I appreciate the challenge in Pokemon, and that would challenge anybody.
I'm listening. I'm looking to see what the shiny is for.
She's looking to see what the heck the shiny Abra looks like, so she knows whether or not we run into it, so she could be like, finally, no more Abra.
Oh, that, and I'm also looking. Um. Hmm, that can
What are
be
you
a
looking for
shiny.
exactly?
Would you worry about buying Abras?
I could do both.
I was looking for a Cliff Fairy.
A Clefairy.
Or a, hold on.
Okay, so you know what you do? FireRed.
Yeah, Cliff Fairy.
Why Clefairy?
I don't know, I just want to see what it is. I'm not loud. Like. That's why I said you worry about buying your Abras and. Okay, well.
Well, it's just easier if you type in the game and then what you're looking for. Because you're looking for a shiny Clefairy, type in FireRed shiny Clefairy.
And I never seen one, so. Okay. Hmm.
Come on. You know what would have been an interesting gimmick with the
Hmm.
shinies? If the shinies took on their evolution. So one thing that I really like, right, is shiny Gyarados. The reason why I like shiny Gyarados is because it keeps the red scales in Magikarp.
I just saw that
What I think
whenever.
would be cool is if instead of shiny Magikarp being gold, make it blue. Make it Gyarados' color. Yeah, it's basically pink where it's supposed to be brown.
I was just wondering.
So yeah, Vola's battle. Oh yeah. And then from what I understand, the only thing I do like about the newer games is supposed to be that apparently in Brilliant Diamond and Pearl, um, Cynthia's even harder now. Cynthia's running a competitive team. So she's got her original team, but they all got perfect IV, perfect natures, perfect stats.
No, that's not fair.
And they're all holding items, competitive battling items. Like, man. Dancing does not like Cynthia.
Oh, no. Well,
No.
you said my name, my whole hood
She
did
doesn't
not.
like Cynthia.
I don't.
Dancing hears the piano as Cynthia's song starts, and her immediate thought is, oh my god, it's starting. She has Vietnam War flashbacks from Cynthia.
I do. I hate her damn, oh, what is it?
Her damn what? Because you called everything damned.
Not sure.
Her Spiritomb, her Roserade, her Togekiss, her Milotic,
No, well, that was one,
her
yes.
Garchomp,
Uh,
the
no.
dragon that swept half your team,
Yeah, well,
her Lucario.
uh, oh, she doesn't have it. I don't think. Yeah, she does.
What?
Does she have Milk Tank?
No, that's Whitney. You're
But
thinking
I
Whitney.
thought she had
No,
Milk Tank when you fought her again.
no.
No, I thought, because I could have sworn I thought when I had to fight her again, which I really
No,
didn't
she has
want.
the Togekiss.
Oh, I thought
The
she
one that
had that.
paralyzed you and flinched you to God End and it killed two of your Pokemon.
Yeah, I was just saying, I thought when you had to fight her again, I thought she had the,
No. No, you're thinking about in Black and White 2, or Black and White when you have the chance to fight her again. She has a Bouffalon.
mm,
You're thinking about that. And yeah, she hates that team too because the Bouffalon wrecked her hard.
mm,
And the Electros.
yeah,
She's like, oh,
when
electric.
it
The
comes,
thing is, she got deceived. Her Pokemon knowledge got to her, and Cynthia basically punished her for it. She went, wait, that's an electric type, because at that time you were still learning the types. And she's like, I could use Earthquake. She went to use Earthquake. She's like, why didn't that work? And then she saw it come up, Levitate. And then she freaked out because Electros wild charged and punished her for it.
I was only doing what you told me. You're like, you need to learn them. Well, you know what? I looked at him and I said, guess what? Now I'm doing it my way. I
And
mean,
she
it
still lost.
worked halfway through,
Halfway through until Garchomp came out.
which, you know,
And then she's like, oh no, not this again.
no, I made sure I took him out the first fight.
First chance she could get two Pokemon later. Because
Oh, you act like
when they
you're.
updated her team, they gave Garchomp Dragon Dance.
He acts like he knows, like he didn't have trouble with
Oh no,
her.
I respect Cynthia, and I respect Cynthia because it was the first AI to ever beat me. Cynthia is no joke. You don't mess with Cynthia.
Like, I'm just saying, he's acting like.
No, trust me. I could tell you this straight up. Right, Cynthia is a monster of her own machinations. She cannot be compared to any other battle in the game. No, I've lost many, 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 many battles to Cynthia. Many of them. Many of them. That damn Garchomp. That and Lucario. Those were the two that gave me the most trouble. So yeah, oh, and Spiritomb. So like that was the half of our team that gave me trouble. Ironically, it wasn't her Milotic, only because of the fact I was so used to handling Milotic from Wallace, from Gen 3, that I knew how to deal with it. But the first time I ran into Spiritomb, to get Spiritomb in the game, you have to run underground, which is a Wi-Fi only thing, collect the flags of so many people who are also online near you to allow you to collect the old keystone so then you can get the Spiritomb. Excuse me, what? Or no, you get the old keystone, put it in this random place, then go underground and do the 100 people thing? I never saw Spiritomb in my life before I saw Cynthia. I didn't know what weakness it had, and come to find out, it had no weakness at the time. So Spiritomb always gave me trouble. Always. Lucario, Lucario was just cleaning up after, was just cleaning up. It was like, oh my goodness, why? And then if I got through everything else, then it was Garchomp. And the Garchomp just revenge killed my entire team. And I'm like, bro, you don't use your Spiritomb to lock me out of my healing items just to throw out the land shark dragon bastard and whip my team to hell and back. That wasn't cool. I tell you what, guys, I'm telling you, I went through 19, and you gotta remember at the time I was like 16, 17 when the game came out. So I was like, I was pretty good at Pokemon. I played a lot of Pokemon at this point. I'm telling you guys, it just, that's maybe about 14 or 15 when it came out or something like that. But the point is, it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. And then I had no idea how to find a Gibble of my own. Because I was like, I'll just get my own Gibble. And I'll get my own Garchomp. And I'll come back and beat you up. And then it come to find, I could never find a Gibble. It took me. Because back in the day, when you bought the game, you could also get a strategy guide. Right? Which was basically this, like this whole encyclopedia of the game that guided you through on where to get items in Pokemon and what the story was. And I didn't get that, right? At least not after the first year or so I got the game. So for 2 years, I didn't realize that there was this path underneath the cycling road that takes you to a cave that you could get a Gibble. Because the way that the game was programmed, the goddamn cycling bridge covered the entrance and you can't see it. But best be damn sure, I didn't need that Garchomp to beat her. It only took 30 tries without it. So yeah, no, don't ever think that I don't have trouble with Pokemon, because Cynthia humbled me that day. Cynthia taught me to stay in my lane.
Which you don't, but
So now when I see Cynthia, I turn the other way and I run. But I cannot help but respect her. And that's the thing. I respect her. And what I respect about her so much, and this is another thing, is that it breaks so many tropes of Pokemon, right? So, like, one, it breaks the blonde ditch trope. The trope that the blonde is the ditzy airhead, because she's far from being an airhead. Being someone who understands and reads the hieroglyphs of ancient mythology of Pokemon, you can't be an airhead and do that. She is a woman. And this is a very key important thing to understand, because the thing is that up until, actually, yeah, up until Generation 4, all the other champions were men. And now that we think about it, going back and if we look at all the other ones, she is the one out of only two female champions. So it broke the idea that Pokemon was only for boys. It was amazing. It broke the idea that girls had to have cute Pokemon. Because you looked at our Pokemon, okay, so yes, we could sit here and say Milotic, Roserade, and Togetic is very, or Togekiss is very girly Pokemon. I mean, fine. But then how do you explain Garchomp? How do you explain Lucario? How are you going to explain Spiritomb? She broke the mold. And yes, there was trainers before her, like Bertha and Agatha, which, broke the mold onto girls only have cutesy Pokemon. But I think the reason why that Cynthia is so memorable in that is because of the fact of Cynthia's age. Right. So Cynthia is probably in her early to mid 30s compared to Agatha and compared to Bertha, which are in their late 50s, early 60s. So these Pokemon trainers, you sit there and go, yeah, okay, but they're old, right? You know, they're gruff, just like old ladies, they're gruff and rough around the shoulders. And then you have people like Phoebe, who are very young, very attractive for their age, and she's got all these ghost Pokemon. Yeah, but she has a very cultural, spiritual vibe around her. So, of course, we're going to be okay with her having creepy Pokemon because, I mean, the Hawaiians are very spiritual people that believe in, the spiritual realms and that. So, we're going to give her that one. Okay. But she just but Cynthia's so much younger. She's not in that spiritual one. She's very, yes, she believes in the fantasy, but she's very archaeological, so she's like very like intelligent on a scientific level and historical level. So like that breaks so many molds at the time. It was fabulous.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm lingering here for a moment. So what we're gonna be doing, guys, we're gonna take our break early. I have an emergency that ran up. When we come back, we'll go grind for more money. But for now, we're just gonna take a quick break. Okay? So yeah, we'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Hey guys, we are back. Sorry about that. I had an emergency. It couldn't wait. I had to handle it right now.
Did you unmute me?
Yeah, I muted you. You make me double check. Yeah, you're unmuted. Okay. Okay, what was I doing now?
Checking the address.
Oh, yes, I'm all out of money. Okay. Okay, let me see here. Alright, let's see what we got. Nope. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Man, oh man, come on, Abra. Nope. Man. Okay, let me see here. Oh boy. So, yeah, besides that whole Cynthia spiel, Pokemon's pretty easy, and long story short, I feel like newer players are being let go too easy. But, what do you want to talk about dancing?
Mm, I don't know. I don't think Pokemon's that easy as you think. I mean, especially for new players. I mean, but he will say I'm wrong. Um, I mean, the newer one is, pretty cool, but
I think Pokemon is complex, but I don't think it's hard. I think, and I think it's something that you have to, like, get into. Because, like, if it was hard, it would not be a game for children. What I think is, however, it's complex, right? And I think what it is that it's complex enough that it makes older players, or more accurately termed, more, yeah, I'm gonna say older. And when I say older, I mean age wise. It's complex enough that older children and adults can appreciate its complexity, but it's simple enough that if you don't have a lot of knowledge of Pokemon, you can still play it. Because the thing is, it's not like that, these, it's not like that, the element, it's not like their weaknesses are all they could be hit by, right? So let's take example Alakazam. Alakazam is a psychic type, which means he's weak to ghost, dark, and bug. But that doesn't mean that you can't just overpower him with a very powerful flamethrower either. So, like, he could still be knocked out by flamethrower, surf, hydro pump, wing attack. So I think that it's complex enough that it makes players come back to it, but it's not impossible for new players to still enjoy the game and still feel like they're winning. It's just that depending on how deep you want to get is going to depend on how complex it gets. Like, if you really don't care about the stats and all you're thinking about is the levels, that's fine because 90% of the time, if you're leveled up high enough, you could knock out that Pokemon. Stats make it makes it a little more complex. Okay, so if I look at my stats, my speed is a lot slower than this Pokemon. This is why I'm not going first. Okay, so let's try a fast Pokemon. This Pokemon has a lot more speed, it's going to attack first. So, it's still simple enough within the stats that people can understand it, or new players can understand it. But then you get into the idea of natures, IVs, and EVs that make it complex enough that adult players can appreciate. I think that's what it comes down to. I think if you look at it as everything all at once, it is hard to understand. But I think if you're just looking at like the outside of it, like the top layer, it's not that hard. And the nice thing about it is that the top layer is so user friendly that anybody can get into it.
I mean,
let's take example you. Being someone who isn't very familiar into the true complexities of Pokemon and all the formulas that go into it, you've still beaten every Pokemon game you've played up to this point. Did you have fun?
yeah, I mean, to a point, yeah, I mean.
So, you can agree that the game was still fun even though you didn't know all the little details.
Oh, yeah, I
And I
mean.
think that's what makes Pokemon so successful. For someone like you who's just learning Pokemon and hasn't played it a lot, you still have fun playing the game. You were still able to beat the game. Then there's someone like me who understands the complexities. Yeah, I could beat the game easier and I could beat the game faster, but that doesn't mean it's any less fun. And it doesn't mean that your way of playing is any less fun. It's just more than one way to play.
I mean, I think when I play, I just play like
You play
just
what we call casually.
yeah. I don't really get
You don't get into the
into
IVs or the natures or the EVs. You're more into, okay, I need to be fast and I need to hit hard and this is all I care about. And that's okay. It's still fun. But if it wasn't fun, kids wouldn't play it.
we really need to get an Abra though. That's a shiny already. Like
Yeah,
You don't have any in box 6?
Uh-uh. I didn't buy that many this time.
Uh,
Okay, guys, so we're at the 53-hour mark, and we're at the 4-hour mark of the live stream. I know I just handled an emergency, but I think we're gonna have to call the live stream here. I don't want to stop because I want to try to get more in, but unfortunately, this is something I can't control. So we're gonna end up finishing it here today. Hopefully, next episode, there won't be as many interruptions. We'll be able to do the whole 5 hours, and we'll be able to get our shiny Abra. For now, however, this is Delivering.
and dancing.
Signing off. Later, guys.
Bye.